Oh, I didn't do my intro. Oh well, huh? Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Just sitting here waiting for court. What was that?
What was what? That little bling?
Yeah.
I thought that was your phone.
No, it wasn't.
Who's the kid and everything?
That's my phone.
Oh, okay.
That's my phone. That
Okay,
other was not my phone.
the other was not mine because I had my phone, my StreamYard muted.
Let's see if I got Court TV's volume going on.
Oh, that's probably it.
Yeah, that was weird.
Mute the YouTube is.
So they brought, I see, a bunch of evidence in the room.
Yeah, that was kind of bad.
Here we go. Well, Court TV for right now then. Good morning, Olivia. God, I hate doing this. All right. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. Hey. We are patiently waiting. Look at that sweet little girl.
With that sweet little girl, Nala.
Look at that sweet little. Oh no, I'm talking about Harmony too.
Oh. You've got sound on in the background.
Yeah, I got my phone ready to pull up chat.
Oh, you have to turn your phone volume off.
Oh, I know what I'm doing. It is off.
Well, why do I hear echo?
Go out and come back in.
That's weird.
Go out and come back in. See what happens.
Well, I don't hear it now. Let me look at my audio settings. No, everything's right. All right, you weirdos. Good morning, Facebook people. Welcome in.
All right, nothing. What did you think of Kayla saying she still loved him?
Barf-O-Rama.
Right?
God. Yeah. Don't gross me out, man.
It was nasty. Nasty.
That's nasty.
There you go, everybody. So there's that.
Thank you.
Happy Singles Awareness Day.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Look at this one.
I love him. It's like Otis up close.
We'll look at him for a while, okay?
He's so cute.
Yeah, look at that sweet boy.
Except that Otis's nose is pink.
Oh, doesn't that look like Otis, don't it?
It kind of does. It's like a really weird angle, but yeah, that's
Yeah,
really
that works.
funny.
So.
It looks like he has like a little thing on his head.
Yeah,
what is that?
I don't know.
Oh, it might be like it might be one of those little bandana things, and it's just flipped up or something.
Oh, I love it when dogs smile with their teeth. I was trying to use Nala, but it ain't working out for me.
When Otis does that, he's warning you.
Oh.
Oh yeah, he will do it.
Okay. Animals, they can just cheer up your day.
Well, my neighbor's just got the cutest little puppy, and he is growing fast already.
Really?
Oh God, he's just had him a week, and he's just like getting so big. That dog is going to be huge. His feet are huge.
Oh,
He's going to be a big one, big boy,
big boy.
big boy with big fluffy fur.
All right, I'll take him down. Sit, boo boo, sit. Good dog.
Mm.
I'm kidding.
Sit, Ubu, sit.
Look at all that evidence there. Wonder what that is. Hey, is that the fridge, you think?
Um, yes, that probably is because it's the right size.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
they did, they yesterday they brought in the ice chest and all that stuff.
Oh,
And oh
boy.
God, see, that really bothered me.
Wow.
I went
I
back
can
and
see
watched
that.
everything that I missed when I was in town.
Yeah.
So I caught up, girl. I got to know everything.
Well, yeah.
I missed, they had a bunch of different witnesses up
All
there.
rise for the jurors, please.
Oh, many.
Oh, here we
Oh.
go. All rise for the jurors.
Please be seated.
Oh, this is going to be very emotional, isn't it?
Oh, shoot. Here I am talking. Dang it. Hi, Marissa.
If I could just remind you that even though you did take your oath yesterday, you are still under oath today. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, thank you. When we left off yesterday afternoon, at the end of the day, we had been speaking about the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome, if you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender?
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother, because females only have 2 X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so, with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as
did.
part of your work?
I'm sorry. I did. Yes.
And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers. I don't
If you had a
have them
chance to look at
memorized.
that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you
Thank
said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you may.
Ms. Swango, I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report. And that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, was the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on the swabs?
Yes.
So I've asked you to review it for a home. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day. Okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
Correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up. So does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it. And if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all 3 of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female. But in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And let's stick with those 3 swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information, some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not.
No.
Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person, and it was a male.
It was from male,
Male, yes.
not female.
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Let me hand those to you from this one. That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th.
No.
Do you recognize the 3 documents I've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order. A June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes. Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review and then let me know when you're done.
She's a great witness.
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
Okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right. And everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Swangel, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the 1 in 100 sextillion. With those 3 profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
Sent to them for for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Was put into that
the
database?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swangel. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case.
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology. So you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in, and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of the things don't simply, let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay.
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6.
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay. And one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay. One of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both
Okay.
negative and both sent for DNA.
All right. So let's talk about, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO5 or 6 was negative for blood, but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Okay, but BEO5,
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was
Yes.
negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion,
In the DNA portion.
that's the report that he took away. So I think so. But it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm going to back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BEO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes,
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA, yes.
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
That's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense, yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in an, what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature?
Okay.
What are you,
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right, so they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that goes from, could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And, but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three, oh, sorry if I look,
Sure,
the report again.
please.
1, 2, and 3, right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those 3.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BE05, right?
Correct.
And it could have been a male and a male?
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample, whether it was male and male, male and female, female, male, etc.
Right. All of those choices apply because there's only 2 genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender,
Could have been.
could have been all of mixed gender,
Correct.
could have been 2, could have been more than 2.
It could. Generally, our wording is if we say more than 1, it usually means we think it's 2. If we think it's more than 2, we generally would write more than 2, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Okay. So here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely 2.
Correct, because it's more than 1, and I did not write that it's more than 2.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology, something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring,
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
and nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much. We'd ask for this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
I think it's a no, Your Honor, so that's.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
All right, you may step down. You're not excused from the subpoena.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this team calls Scott Riley.
Let me just step out to instruct the last witness. Thank you.
If you remain standing, just raise your right hand.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. And make a question.
Good morning.
To push that.
Yes.
Good morning, Detective Riley. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, SCOTTRILEY,
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that, what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years. And then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years. If I recall, I don't really know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 04. I worked there from 04 to 07. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Mr. Riley, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley, or I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division, because when it first came in, it was fast paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us, and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, the crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have like any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Here we go with the approaches. Can we approach? Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. But this is what I call it. Hold on. Here you go. You guys like that?
I love it. I love it.
Awesome.
I didn't hear her name.
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items.
Dave.
Paying specific attention to this page and this page. Are you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to strike ID of State's Exhibit 93 and mark as full.
You just do it.
So, please.
Kit, what you thinking?
For my headache to go away. I know you're talking about court, but you know.
Well, I'm talking about that too, I guess. You
How
gotta
come
eat
they-
something.
How come they can't keep it together in there? Don't you think that? Oh, look at this cute dog. Look at this. For her avatar.
Oh, God.
That's cute. It
He is
reminds me of
cute.
Otis.
He's got the little black eye and a little white eye and cute ears.
Very cute.
I love dogs.
They're so sweet. Cats are okay, but
No,
they like
Cats-
to.
cats don't care about you.
No, they don't. Nope. They can be cute though when they're kittens.
I think they're pretty when they're grown up and everything, but they can really be jerks sometimes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that ate all the wires for my stereo when we had big stereos back in the day. I had a cat that dug to the bottom of all of my house plant pots. I had a
Really?
cat that peed on my stove burners. Yeah, I
Wow.
I hate cat problems.
Um, truth
Oh,
is in here.
Marissa, my dog does too have the white eyelashes. Yeah, so does Otis.
Oh, eyelashes.
Yeah, they have
Very
eyelashes.
cute. Very cute. Yeah, they do, don't they? Oh my god.
Oh, Marissa, is that your cat does that stuff? Oh, just was a bad cat. It was beautiful though. I
Yeah.
adopted it from the shelter as, maybe a 2-year-old cat. Gorgeous, just beautiful. She was like a tortoise shell, calico. She was
Oh,
so pretty. Oh my God. But she wanted to be an outside cat, and you have to sign a contract that says you won't let him outside. So
really?
she was pissed off.
Oh,
Yeah, and your contract says that if you ever want to rehome the cat, that you promise to bring it back to them. So I ended up, bringing the cat back to them, saying, I don't know what to do. I have 6 litter boxes, and the thing will not stop peeing everywhere.
oh,
And
it.
they said that she had a problem from being in the crowded environment that I saved her from,
Right.
and that she is unrehabilitatable. And they kept that cat and they euthanized her rather than let her go outside in the country where we lived.
Right.
They euthanized her. I just cried and cried and cried. I've never had a cat since. I won't. I don't want to hurt kitties, but they're bad.
Right. Okay, hold on here.
My God, are they going to come back today?
I don't know.
Jeez. Sidebar. I love him. He looks like my Odie.
So that's what I think of that.
I
He's doing cute. Hi, sweet
love
boy.
him.
Listen, I'm talking to a dog in a picture.
He's so cute. He needs a kiss on his nose.
Such a sweet boy.
He is so cute. I love the teeth. The little teeth. Oh God, I love that cat. That's how I feel when I wake up.
That's how I feel right now.
That's how I feel when I wake up. It's like,
Oh
what?
Look at the eyes. Watch his eyes. Look at right there.
They're so crossed.
Getting the side eye.
For sure. Look at a little tuft on top of his head. Just so
Oh my
funny.
god.
Ah.
Oh, I just can't. I
Oh
just can't.
God. Yes, amen to that.
Amen to that.
I am just done.
I hate this day. Well, I don't
I do
hate it.
too. I do.
It's
I
like
have
a new day,
always.
right?
Oh, he's still sitting there being patient, sort of.
Sort
He's
of.
thinking, my God, I want to go home. Just get this over with. I'm like, oh,
Oh my god.
please hurry up.
I know. I hate this part.
And no,
So
it's him. That's what he's thinking. Please hurry up. Get the hell over here and ask me the question so I can go.
well, look at they don't know how to keep their court documents organized and what they're going to talk about. I swear. Especially that defense attorney.
She drives me crazy.
I know.
Even her voice sounds like Elaine Bredehoft.
Elaine who?
Elaine Bredehoft. which was the defense attorney for Amber Heard in the Johnny Depp trial.
Oh, that's the same one?
No, it's not. She reminds me of her.
Oh,
She
oh, oh.
sounds like her. No, this lady's name is Christine Smith. But I'm telling you, they could be sisters. It's just sick. Don't like her. Sounds like her. Same tactics.
And she was a horrible attorney for her.
Oh, she was an embarrassment. It was just like, get your shit together, really.
You know, she had to be a free attorney.
No, she actually wasn't. But I guess it kind of turned out that way, huh? Because she couldn't get paid.
Right.
Get paid. You have golden doodles, Olivia, and they ate your remote? What?
That's crazy.
Ooh. They'd be bad. I know, Dave. That's what I was thinking. He looks like some mob dude. Pissed off New York kind of guy.
Come on now. We don't got time for this.
Hey, I already had my coffee like before we ever started here, and I'm on my cocoa now. I'm just like, I don't want to get up and do stuff.
I didn't wake up till 7:14. I hate that.
That's about when I got up, I think, 8:14.
Oh, 8:14.
8:14 is 7:14 your time.
Yeah.
I think we woke up at the same time.
Oh my gosh. How about that?
And I struggled out there and went, oh, wait, I'm bunking into walls. Let me go get my glasses.
I didn't even drink any coffee.
Oh, I had to go straight for it. It was like, there is no question. Labradoodle and golden doodle. They're double doodles.
Deborah?
Oh, God.
Did you say-
Olivia said they're double doodles. The
Oh,
dad is Labradoodle and the mom is Golden Doodle. And so they're worse than kids, but I love them. She said, it's like, oh my God, they're probably so dopey and silly and lovey.
I wish they would turn the camera so we could see what the hell's going on.
I know.
Because I'm just nosy.
You're doing court TV.
Right.
And overruled in part.
There you go.
Oh God. What about the local channel? Oh, that's so sweet, Olivia. You got a family of dogs. Let's continue, please. All right. If they're going to be like this, I'm going out for a smoke. I'll be away from my mic, but I'll take you with me.
No objection.
I'm gonna leave these with you, Mr. And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information. Feel free to use the screen behind you. Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
And what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in?
Room 1,
And what were the dates associated with his stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is court order number 811010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the fit.
And can Can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the fit shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant is staying.
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th.
Correct.
So this is the day after he left.
Correct.
If I may approach your Detective Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as States Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back from you. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you going to put them on the screen too? You want me to hold them
I
up?
plan to put them on the screen.
Okay.
If you can just
Just this
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the drawings.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the families in transition, which I'm going to call fit for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on.
oop.
Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the
Mr.
exhibit
Riley,
number,
if you could
please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
Is it this number right here?
Yep.
Okay, so number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1. It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. There's and then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut. It was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 38, 39, 38. And 39.
So 38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from State's exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published to the jury.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the fit, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Ray Hill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain Layton
individuals
was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one. Yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2. The
So
doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you, so Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Right here on the right. Right down.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separating the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking,
Yep,
so
sorry.
that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized.
That's Unit 1.
And was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition?
I have no idea.
Tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived.
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, Detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
Did you do anything with that vent while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent. I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame, but the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did after.
What did you observe when did you look into the opening that
I
you
did.
created?
I did.
What did you observe when you,
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead body, what I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
what is decomposition?
When a person dies, the body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many, many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. It's hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. It's the composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that? If you could point it out on the screen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the? At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is.
About 16 inches across?
Approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
As a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or
I was not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating?
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
That sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah, Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper.
Yes,
Do you see that in this image?
yes, you can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on. I had the ceiling. I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it, and then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once it was removed, once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No, well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Riley, I want to switch gears. At some point in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had it was too big. You couldn't fit it in a plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it and they said, sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport. And I know that the size, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the.
DNA Labs
Yes.
International?
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who, if anyone, were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida.
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing, so they assigned him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down and we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment. No further further questions. Thank you.
Just a few, but I think I have.
Oh.
That's fine.
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Great. Doesn't have to go high. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the 4th. I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at Fit Shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview. Yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it was. I think it was
And
very
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty, I don't mean to call it random. You just
It
were
was.
jumping here, there, and
It
everywhere,
was very
right?
random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here.
Yes. You have it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had that was, I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room,
Okay.
in her cell, sorry.
Okay. And so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes,
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of her report, would that help
It
refresh
would-
your
it would.
recollection?
It would. Just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me, from the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container,
Correct.
okay? It might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be. Yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay,
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may
Okay.
be mistaken.
and that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
So
Yes.
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original sealing.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable. Yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
Officer Riley, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles. They were collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes,
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
this was drywall. Yes,
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
it was connected to metal, metal studs, metal framing.
Metal framing.
Yes,
So that's what you collected.
yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did,
Why was that?
because we were sweating so much it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face, so I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes,
And that's for many detectives, right?
yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry. The prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended. And with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney. Yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah.
her story was.
Yes.
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she,
Approach.
Call me a god. You call me a god. You call me a god. You call me a god. Let's go. I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed.
So the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
Correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to
Yes.
her. Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's okay.
And again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item. And you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, note G that you collected from the COs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Why does it take so long?
Because somebody doesn't have their poo
Monday morning.
together.
Right.
It's about 10:33, so just after quarter of, we'll come back
Of course.
and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions apply today as well. So don't talk about the case, please. Thank you. All rise for the jurors, please.
15-minute potty break, everybody.
All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
I didn't catch it either, language of horses.
I didn't catch it either because I don't like your voice.
Fair enough.
It's hard to pay attention. So what's up with Kayla now? Why did she get an attorney?
I think that was back when they're talking about it at the beginning. And she got an attorney because she didn't want to answer any questions till she talked to an attorney or Adam or both.
Right.
Because they started questioning her. Do you remember way back when, like when this was all happening and they had some kind of video of her on the street and she looked pretty ragged? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
She's like on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to find that clip.
I don't know where I'd find it.
I don't know.
Was it when she got out of jail?
Yeah, I think it was in between there. Yeah.
I watched it yesterday.
I know she was outside walking on the sidewalk or whatever.
I found it.
That's because you're awesome.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Just okay.
I'm sorry you feel poopy with your headache again.
I'm going to try to eat. I didn't eat last night until...
You didn't even eat until like dinner time and you didn't eat all day. You got to watch that. It's bad.
I don't know.
Find that clip, girl. I know you got it.
It's right here. Oh, let me turn up the volume.
It answers my questions if I ever need help.
Well, Kayla Montgomery was released from the Valley Street Jail tonight around 5:30. News 9 was there, and our cameras were rolling when she was released. Kayla, any idea where Harmony is?
This was Kayla Montgomery leaving the Valley Street Jail Monday evening after waiving her arraignment earlier in the day and negotiating bail outside of the courtroom on her latest perjury charges.
No word on Harmony?
Kayla had no comment for us, and there was no car waiting for her. She left the jail on foot, only acknowledging the inmates banging on the windows as she left. Court complaints show that Kayla lied twice while she testified to a grand jury in May. Specific to when and where she was working during the window of time that 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery was last seen or accounted for.
We'll have to see whether or not the evidence bears out those allegations, but right now she's entered a plea of not guilty and she stands by that plea.
Legal expert Patty LaFrance tells News 9 perjury is a Class B felony and carries a maximum prison sentence of 3.5 to 7 years.
I think the hardest element is proving that they knew that what they were saying was a lie. So, in that situation, you would presumably be looking for maybe statements she made to a third party indicating that, she lied.
Sources tell News 9 investigates Kayla Montgomery was following her bail conditions, including daily check-ins at Manchester Police, where she has to pass by this poster of Harmony every time.
Good. That wasn't.
Okay.
That was not the clip that I meant, though. But that was a good one.
I'm gonna go look. What was she doing again? What was she doing so I can find it?
She was walking on the sidewalk, but it was before then because she looked real rough. I mean, real rough, like the booking photo.
Oh, I think I know. Maybe. Oh my gosh.
Oh, crap. Grandbaby.
This is sad. Wow. Hold on. All right.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary.
There's people that have come forward and said that they've seen Harmony in 2020, that they've either hugged her or given her something.
The aunt of Harmony Montgomery says Harmony's mom 2 weeks ago met with an employee of a New Hampshire dollar store where the child secretly warned the clerk that Adam and his wife Kayla Montgomery changed the girl's name.
She whispered to the lady, she said, "My name's Harmony." I'm sorry, it just makes me upset to think about it.
Oh.
And it just stuck to her.
The family went to police.
She was shaken up. She was scared. She was nervous. She was, crying.
The store encounter was early 2020. The store employee now keeps in touch about the missing Harmony.
And Adam came to the store and told the lady, "Stop asking questions to my family." So that's the last tip we've got so far. But they named her Ansley. They kept saying her name was Ansley. And she said, "My name is Harmony." And she whispered it to the lady. And
reacting to that scathing Office of Child Advocate report, Harmony's mother texted News Center 5, "For me, it just goes to show how badly they failed my daughter. I never missed a visit. Child custody to Adam, that was not a good idea. He is a violent person."
the lady paid for a Halloween costume or something that Harmony wanted, and Kayla wouldn't get it for her. Whatever we need to do, we're holding out hope she's still here, and we just can bring her home to a safe space where everybody loves her.
How sad is that? The little girl, Harmony, said that's not my real name. My name is Harmony. That little girl was asking for help. Anybody? Any comment? Anybody?
Sorry, my grandbaby called me, and I have to stop everything. The whole world has to stop when she calls grandma.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really sad. That was sad to see. See and Crystal, people beat her up so bad, but she was trying to get herself straight. She knew what she needed to do to get squared away, and she was trying.
This is when she got arrested. What's going on here?
That Kayla Montgomery was out on bail on welfare fraud charges connected to applying for state benefits back in 2019 for her stepdaughter, Harmony Montgomery, when the child was no longer in her care. Part of those bail arrangements are that she appear in court when there's a hearing. She failed to do that last week. That prompted this new arrest warrant to be issued. The execution of that warrant very much came as a surprise to at least one other person in that house.
Well, I had military machine rifles put to my head and told to face the ground.
Quite the start to the day for Dave St. Onge on Friday. He was stepping out of this house on Russell Street to go to the corner store.
They had U.S. Marshals, they had state police, Manchester PD.
Did they put a gun to your head?
Yeah. And to my chest, not to my chest, but for me to where that camera guy is.
St. Onge says he knew a woman was visiting his brother for a few days, but didn't know who she was. After the house was searched and Kayla was arrested, they filled him in.
They kicked the door in on the other, on they, when they had me handcuffed over here, they came in and got through the top door and broke the door in where she was in.
St. Onge says they hauled his brother away in handcuffs as well on Friday, telling him something about harboring a fugitive.
I think she's, she deserves everything coming to her.
And a new bail hearing is.
She's not the little scared little mouse that she's trying to say she was.
Wasn't she caught? Okay, when was it? A phone call between her and Adam in jail? She was out on bail?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. There's a phone call between them, yes.
I'm looking. There's so much to go through right now because a lot of people are streaming too. So it's hard to get to any of the whatever. I'm just going to shut up. I can't even talk. Here we go. Found it.
My bad. Hey. Hey. Oh man. All right. You got a pen? Yep. So it's 1, 3, 5, 2, 9. Yep. Marilyn Court. MARILYN. Okay. In Florida. Okay. 34669. All right. Yeah, what's crazy was, I don't know, did you get a Facebook message from this girl Whitney? Because what's so crazy, it's crazy that I got your letter and everything, because I saw that you put money on my account, and I was just saying to the chick, I was like, dude, I wonder if I could get a hold of him somehow or whatever, right? Because I didn't remember your number. It was in my phone, but I didn't remember it. And then I was like, and I know he was in Florida, and I was like, dude, I need you, because this chick just got out on front court, and I was like, I need you to go on Facebook and look up my dad. And she was like, what's his name? And I was like, all right. And I told her, and she just sent it last night, sent you a Facebook message or whatever, asking for your number and your address so I could write you and call you. And then I got your letter today, and I was like, that's crazy. I don't think she did. All right. Or she found it. Oh, well, fine. But no, she found like an old.
Right here. You can see here, this is.
Just one brief housekeeping matter
Okay.
before this next particular witness. With regards to the next witness, the state's going to intend to call Detective Raymond Lammy from the Manchester Police Department. This will involve some handling of the pieces of evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence. One of the evidence technicians that happens to work in the Manchester Police Department, David Dido, is present in the courthouse today. We would ask if you would be able to just simply glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials for Detective Lammy rather than having Detective Lammy do it all glove ups. Because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and can he stay during cross and
Absolutely.
do the same thing?
His ability to assist the jury in understanding.
So if you want him, if you don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine. Maybe just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good. All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
Oh my God, I've been talking to you guys, but I've been muted.
There with that table.
Girlfriend, what am I going to do with you?
I don't know. I do it all the
I
time.
guess maybe they'll take it out of there.
And then when I make a bunch of noise,
The cart, yeah.
I might
The cart will fit? Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Go grab a snack while we're waiting for the boneheads to get ready.
You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Yes, sir. The state calls Raymond Lammy.
In addition, Your Honor, we'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply be able to assist with the handling of physical evidence, not to testify.
The objection?
Not objection.
And Detective Lammy, if you can just remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there. And Detective Lammy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lammy, Lamy.
And Detective Lammy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lammy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lammy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
What types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lammy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then some.
Hey, let's go get lunch. What's wrong?
Man, it's tax season and I don't know what to do. My accountant is so expensive.
You can do that yourself at freetaxusa.com.
I can't do my own taxes. That's ridiculous.
No!
Aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification or for.
Yep. I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
And that's the Audi that you processed.
Yes.
Were you working with other officers or detectives during the processing of that vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during those your time working on that Audi?
Under the, I would say it's approximately 271.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin. So we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this, do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemisticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it. and there were a couple of spots on that that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area. And I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
So I transitioned from the hemistick to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test. It's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemosticks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, the Kastle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kastle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well,
You
I think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kastle-Meyer. So it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA labs in Florida, to have tested, and they came back as testing positive for blood.
Point, Judge.
And
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked by identification states exhibit 40 through 51. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification as states exhibit 40, exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos?
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point I move to strike what's been marked for identification as states exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them. So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct.
The shelter, the fit shelter?
Correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes, so it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
That is insane.
Detective Lemmy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
And when we discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling, how did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes. So because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER 3D and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes.
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
Correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
And at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That States Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes.
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is. And this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah. So RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across, and then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest, and approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points in or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color. And then it didn't, it was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it. And this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. And the results came back.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Not asking you for the results, but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been, and then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Kastle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Kastle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, a swab was used, it was dipped in a sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Kastle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items, and then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale that you
Do you want us to maintain individual drugs for each item, or you know?
Yes, please. And Detective Lemmy, if you can start with Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL13. Detective Lenny, will be assisting you. Specifically with respect to RL13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Counsel, while they're doing that, could you approach the student?
ask that you pick it up. I'm sorry to ask, but pick it up and just show it to the jurors if you can walk in front of them.
Well, actually, when you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be.
And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down. Your Honor, I would move to mark what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 74 as full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn. Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was the dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here, you saw a small jut out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across it.
And if we could just move Exhibit 74, I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
this is the one you chose. Oh, okay.
That's the original packaging that the whole piece would come in.
So if it's the wrong number, that's fine. We can move on. Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that MER 3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw in the exhibit, that's what it was set on?
Yeah, the first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what came with it.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
That's 875.
It is. And Detective Lemmy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 ran all the way across this way. RL 15 is the distance to stuff like that out. So this piece was not submitted to anybody.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, States Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lemmy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach?
And Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from, according to your sketch.
So RL 16, I'll keep it consistent as far as how I was holding it for you. That item is running from here up to the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing has not been touching that particular piece because RL 16 is this area right here.
And on your sketch, where is the vent area located?
Vents down here.
So this would have been a void, essentially.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I want to move to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been identified, marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
Sorry, you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78,
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lemmy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So from the same place, the difference opening where the door is on, RL 11.
Was this item submitted to the laboratory? No, it wasn't. Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D, State's Exhibit 79. State's Exhibit 80 for identification. And 80 is RL3, 3A.
So 79 remains for identification. Is that accurate? So I have 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Attorney Brown?
Yes, Judge.
And while that's being open, Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL3 is the middle rail. RL4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit and it can be published to the jury.
This is the metal rail. This is how the orientation would have been according to holding up to that chart. Running down, RL4 was running across this way.
And Detective Lamy, if you can just show them the underside of that rail.
This is the side closest to RL4 that was running across.
And was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Yes, it was.
And Detective Lamy, when you're ready, I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12. Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 81 and publish it to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury once it is opened.
Detective Lamy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you found?
This was actually.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell and you removed rails. Is this the rail that we're referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grid opening in RL4 and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
When you say the grid opening, that's the void you were referring to.
Yes.
Detective Lamy, was this item also something
Yes, it was.
Dr. Berman, thank you. I have no additional questions. The defense
Go ahead, finish. I'll get him back on the stand. That's okay. Do it. Thank you. And sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mhm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes.
JP standing for?
James Pittman.
And a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Pittman, you decided to have submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
If I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to, are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi.
Yes.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
It should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you?
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
handing you what has been marked. It has not been marked, but for bait stamps purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers, what the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
So I understand that you may not be able to recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195, but those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks,
Yes.
those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the casing note?
Yes. And sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath towel?
153.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel. Does that ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it, though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used Hemostix,
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer.
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring.
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing of that Sebring, does January 7th of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star.
Yes, sir. I remember that.
And that, again, is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive, it was collected.
I can't speak to the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
Okay. So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the 7th or no?
I was there when he blue starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that the practice, your practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over collect as opposed to under collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further?
Just briefly. Detective Lemmy, I just want to follow up with the items that you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point.
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe, by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020?
I do not.
2021?
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy. No further questions.
No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't watch any social media. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much.
All rise for the jury.
Do we need to rewrap, or what do you need to do processing wise?
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage the items that he wrote.
Okay, one minute. All right, they can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Dave, Ray down. He's done. I'm sorry. Do you want Ray down? Jamie, any objection to?
Okay, I'm going to finish with this phone call with Adam and Kayla. I'll start over.
9. Yep. Marilyn Court. MARILYN. Okay. Aston, Florida. Okay. 34669. All right. Yeah, what's crazy was, I don't know, did you get a Facebook message from this girl Whitney? Friend request, because what's so crazy, it's crazy that I got your letter and everything, because I saw that you put money on my account, and I was just saying to the chick, I was like, dude, I wonder if I could get a hold of him somehow, or whatever, right? Because I didn't remember your number, it was in my phone, but I didn't remember it. And then I was like, and I know he was in Florida, and I was like, dude, I need you, because this chick just got out on front court, and I was like, I need you to go on Facebook and look up my dad. And she was like, what's his name? And I was like, all right. And I told her, and she just sent it last night, sent you a Facebook message or whatever, asking for your number and your address so I could write you and call you. And then I got your letter today, and I was like, that's crazy. I don't think she did. All right. Or she found it. Oh, well, fun. But even though she found like an old Facebook and not.
What's private? Where's Miss Barbara? Sorry, I'm looking for something. Okay. Finally, I see you. That was so weird. Oh boy.
One. Right. Because I have like 2 or 3 of them. Yeah. at least two that I know of that are, when you punch my name up, still come up. Yeah. So, she is like a million.
You're not going to want to miss this.
Jeopardy! It's like the Everest of trivia.
Spitting truth there. What is Equus?
Nitroglycerin. Avignon.
Hyperglycemia. She got revenge on that category.
I sure did.
Weekdays at 4:30 on Care 11.
File with a TurboTax expert for 100% accurate taxes, guaranteed.
Right, exactly like that. And and plus, I don't know, a lot of my, because I'm getting so many requests from people trying to talk to you. All this stupid online news people. I got a letter from WMUR from Amy Cavino asking for an interview. I got a letter from someone from where is it? Illinois or Indiana, something like that, asking me questions. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, leave me the alone, dude. Right. And then it's like, Thursday, I know these people are going to be standing out, like, it's going to be on the news because I'm on the news every time. So I know my courses on news is going to be, she's getting released. They're going to be outside the jail and everything. They were banging outside my window when I first got here. I was over on the windows on like Willow Street side, on the bottom floor on the top. They were making my window, everything was banging and everything. I was like, what the f, dude? Really? Yeah, they had to move me. Right. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna send you. I wrote you a letter, but I'm gonna mail it out tonight, and I'll send the pictures with it of the kids. Yeah, and let me know if they need anything out there, if you guys, Yeah, I'll if you need something specific, something I can get for them, yeah. You know what I mean? Something to help out. I know. I don't know how your mother's situation is, but, just let me know if there's anything I could do. Yeah, I will. I know, like, my uncle, I just found out that my Uncle Tom passed away 2 Fridays ago, and my aunt, they was in Manchester, they was on 2nd Street, or South Main Street, they was on South Main Street, like, right down the house from Guilford, right down the street from Guilford Street. They was, like, right there, and, he just passed away. He was a veteran and everything, but he was like overweight and had so many health issues, but he just passed away and got cremated and everything. And now my aunt's living at my grandma's house because she was like, everything got shut off the day that he died, so she has like nothing right now. And they were coming down every weekend to help my mom and everything with the kids. But I'll let my mom know to let me know if she needs anything or whatever. And I'll put her number in the letter so you have her number. Okay. Yeah. If we could somehow stay in contact. Yeah. I tried reaching out to you regardless of whatever was going on. The guy is Henry Kevin not getting fucking along or whatever. Yeah. I kind of just leave them to the fucking to deal with their own shit. They're always fighting and always dead. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I don't bother getting involved. I mean, you guys were kind of closer than me and Adam were just because of the simple fact that I was gone for so long. Yeah, exactly. So you guys had your own relationship. I just stay the out of it, you know what I mean? Yeah. And whatever. It's like I don't take sides. And my son, Kevin's my brother. Yeah. I love you both with that out amongst yourself. Yeah, exactly. But because I tried reaching out to you and sent you a message, like I was getting blocked from everybody. Yeah, I know, like we got rid of like so many Facebooks and then Adam was freaking out. He was being crazy. That's why I had to leave. That's why I separated myself from him. He was being crazy. He was going down. I know. I talked to him a little bit. Yeah, I had to go. I couldn't do it. But I love him. I don't know. I still love him. I'm here for him. I miss him. I'm not going anywhere. Like, if you can let him know that, like, I'm still here. Okay. I'm not going nowhere. I'll talk to him. He should be calling me here, and he said I haven't heard from him. Yeah. In a few days. And, he's trying to hang in there, and, I know he's still, like, I know, yeah, I know he misses the kids too. That's why I was trying to ask the lady to send pictures, like make sure he gets pictures and stuff, because I know he appreciated it and everything. And she told me that her husband will send pictures, so I don't know what he got, but I'll definitely send you pictures when I send out the mail tonight.
Yeah, and if whatever I get, I'll make copies of and send back to him, so if he didn't get anything.
Right, they're all black and white off because they just make photocopies of everything. They make photocopies of everything now and just give it to you.
Did you even know we had twins down here?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Twins?
Yeah, twins.
Did you get another one? Would you have more?
Well, you know, she was pregnant with Bailey when we came up there, right?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
She turned 3 in December.
Wow.
And the twins are going to be 2 in July.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
well,
so we got
congratulations, that's crazy.
a boy and a girl twin combination.
Wow.
Yeah, Brittany and Brendan. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Cool as a weird.
Send some pictures.
I'll get some stuff together and send you these guys.
Yeah.
You see how small Bentley was? I mean, he's ripping around on the dirt right now.
Really?
Yeah, you should see it. I'll send you some pictures. He's doing motocross and shit, so he's jumping.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's awesome.
I'll get some stuff together for you and get it out here within the next couple of days.
All right.
I'll get you some pictures. I'll get it together, but I'll wait till Thursday to see what happens before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hopefully, within left you'll, you'll get moving on. So.
And now, the other thing too, my lawyer was like, "Oh, you need to tell me I need an address." I'm like, "Dude, people, because I can't go to mom's house because she has the kids. So DCYF is making a big deal about me going to mom's house with her having the kids. So I'm like, well, I can't because of the substance use or whatever, which I understand that. So I have to find somewhere to go. I can't go to my aunt's house now because my uncle is passed and she doesn't have a place no more. And then the lady Angie from church, she was like, well, we can't really have anybody in her house. And I'm like, well, I wasn't expecting you to say yeah anyways. I was just asking just so I could find somewhere to go until I can get a place because I know I'd be able to figure out something, you know what I mean? And I'm like, well, can't I just go to the shelter until I get a place to go? So I don't know. They're just trying. They just want to know where I am at all times. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be hard to be I just know they're gonna give me a ridiculous bail just to keep me here.
So just go to the programs, bro.
I know that's what I want to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I need my lawyer to call me.
I would help you out, but then you gotta let you out of state or whatever.
Yeah,
is going on.
yeah. They think
if it's an option, give my address. But you're in the clinic.
Yeah, I know.
All that is, you just can't help and leave. But if it's the worst case scenario, you need it to be an option, just let me know.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. So we'll see what happens on Thursday.
All right.
And then I'll talk to you. I don't know when I'll be back here, if I come back here, but we'll see what happens. And then I'll talk to you.
Okay.
All right.
Love you. Call me, Sam.
I will. All right, love you.
All right.
Now open at
New developments today in a missing girl mystery in New Hampshire. We are getting an exclusive look inside the house where 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery lived before she vanished 2 years ago. It comes as criticism heats up for authorities, many questioning how state investigators did not see warning signs of abuse before this little girl disappeared. Correspondent Brian Enton is staying on top of the story live for us from Manchester, New Hampshire. So Brian, tell us, have police made any progress today?
Nicole, unfortunately, still progress, no sign of little Harmony. But for the first time today, we are getting a look inside the house where Harmony once lived.
News Nation obtaining these photos from inside the last known house missing 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery lived in. They show the bedrooms, kitchen, and inside the refrigerator. And you can see extension cords running throughout the house, hooked up to a generator outside because neighbors say the power was cut off. This is the house where police say Harmony's dad, Adam Montgomery, abused the little girl, even causing a black eye.
You're doing extreme punishments to her. She all kinds of stuff like that the therapist had gotten out of her just by playing dolls in a dollhouse. Imagine. I was horrified. I was like, no. I told DCF, and that was that. Like months later, they hand over custody.
How is it possible she got to stay with him after all of that?
I don't understand. I still don't understand to this day.
Harmony's mom says she warned New Hampshire's Division of Children, Youth, and Families about the abuse, but was ignored. They also haven't responded to our emails or calls since last week. So we showed up to their offices today.
Hi, my name is Brian Upton. I'm a reporter with News Nation. We've been trying to get in touch with the department, the director, about
Is he filming?
He is filming, yes.
Okay, turn around because I don't, this side of it's not public. And I will call somebody for you.
We waited and a representative from the communications office arrived.
All right, Jake Leon, communications.
Hey, how you doing? I'm
DHHS.
Brian. I'm from News Nation.
Yeah, you just called me like an hour ago.
Yeah,
That's cool. You didn't tell me you were on your way.
Well, we've been emailing, calling since last week. Is there concern here about the fact that she was missing for 2 years and no one knew?
I really am not able to get into that because it's due to confidentiality.
The department later sent us a statement saying the department is continually reviewing its processes to ensure the best possible outcomes for children and families. The Division for Children, Youth, and Families has conducted a preliminary internal review on this case, and as is the case whenever a critical incident involving a child occurs, a comprehensive quality assurance review is completed. The statement went on to say their primary focus is locating Harmony. Crystal's mom hopes that is everyone's focus right now.
Come forward and tell us something, because somebody knows something. It's a fact.
And Harmony's dad remains behind bars on abuse charges. Her stepmother is also locked up on a welfare fraud charge. And we just learned today she will now be facing an additional theft charge and will be back in court on Thursday. Nicole?
And Brian, just really quickly, I know that you spoke with Harmony's biological mother. And so she told you she does believe Harmony is still alive.
Absolutely. She believes that 100%. She actually believes that Harmony's father sold her for drugs and is alive somewhere. And that's why it's so important that anyone who sees her picture and thinks they might recognize that little girl either call the FBI or Manchester police.
Yeah, we all want to get her home safe. All right, Brian, thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to click on the red subscribe button below so you can get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Mama, can you walk everywhere in slow motion?
I can. Flexible financing for cosmetic treatments and skincare with Care Credit.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free, so he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at turbotax.com. That's me!
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guaranteed. Make your moves count. See if you qualify at turbotax.com.
Welcome to Banfield. A second arrest in the Harmony Montgomery case. This time it is the stepmother of that little girl. Kayla Montgomery is charged with welfare fraud for allegedly hauling in 2 years of food stamps money, all while little Harmony was missing. Police say Kayla and her then husband, Adam Montgomery, were claiming Harmony as a dependent, even though the 7-year-old wasn't living with them. Kayla told police last week that during those 2 years, she believed Harmony was living with her biological mother, Crystal Sorey. Kayla believed that because she says back in November 2019, when she was still living with her husband and Harmony's dad, Adam Montgomery, Adam left with the little girl and said he was driving her down to Massachusetts to be with her mom. But that mom, Crystal Sorey, said she never took custody of Harmony and in fact hadn't seen her daughter since April of 2019, more than 6 months before. So where did Adam bring his daughter? And is that story even true? Nobody knows. And that's the reason Adam was arrested on Tuesday. He's charged with second-degree assault, interference with custody, and endangering the welfare of a child. So far, he has refused to tell police where his daughter might be. And as of right now, the last time anyone has seen Harmony was during a police visit to her home, a wellness check back in October of 2019. Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, was worried about Harmony after seeing her with a black eye. He alerted the police that Harmony might be in danger back then. And Kevin Montgomery joins me live now. Kevin, thank you so much for being with me tonight. First, right out of the gate, have you had any updates at all from police or family members on Harmony's whereabouts?
None.
Nothing at all? No one sharing
No.
any information with you?
Nope.
So
No.
tell me, what made you initially call the police on your nephew, on Adam? What was it that got you so worried?
So I won't get into details, but there was just things that raised an alarm with me. And I called the authorities. And I'll just be clear, I love the police. They're doing everything they can. First and foremost, DSS, or Family and Children's Services, failed my niece here. And that's why we're here today. If they listened in the first place, this wouldn't be happening. And my niece is out there. She has family that love her, aunts and uncles and grandmothers and great-grandmothers and grandfathers. And yeah, we just want her home. And I don't like the public. If you can't help the situation, please don't distract from what the people that are trying to help are doing. The words, the viciousness, everybody wants to be in this story but me. I want to be as far away from this story as I possibly can, but I can't. I have to be my niece's voice, and I'll stay as relentless as long as my body will take, as much as it will take. I know there's a lot of support out there, but there's a lot of aggressiveness, and just back off.
Kevin, can I ask you if you've had a chance to talk with Adam, who is, again, he's your nephew, and Harmony is your grandniece, but have you had a chance to talk with Adam since he's been arrested, or even within the days around his arrest?
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and type how you want to sound. Get your message right every time. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
I haven't talked to him in years.
Tell me about that.
I kind of want to keep the focus on Harmony here, please. I don't want to. That's my concern. The justice system, whatever happens, all that will take its course. I'm here to try to raise awareness, money with my GoFundMe page, and I just want to stick the focus on Harmony. I don't want this story to die. I don't want it to fizzle out. I want to talk about finding Harmony. Anyone out there that has seen Harmony, it doesn't matter if it was 6 months ago, 6 weeks ago, anything will help. Any information, any. Just imagine if it was your daughter, your niece, your granddaughter. People know. Someone knows. Someone knows something. Someone saw something.
So, Kevin, let me ask you, because there is so little information and because Harmony has been missing for so long, the only thing anyone has to go on is what was happening right up until the time that Harmony disappeared. And so that's why some of these questions are, as uncomfortable as they are, they're necessary. In the police affidavit, you were very informative about some of the things that had happened to little Harmony before she went missing. And it was just heartbreaking to read the details that Harmony had been, I think one of the quotes is, bashed around the house by Adam, that she'd been forced to clean a toilet with a toothbrush, and that she'd been forced to stand in the corner for hours, to the point where she wet herself. And then there are big redactions, big black marks all through some of the things that you told the police. Can you fill in what those blanks are, Kevin? What were the other things that you said that have been blacked out?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't know what's blackout. I never seen those reports. I know what I said in the reports, and I stand that I said what I said. And I don't want to mess up this investigation by giving out too much information. The police are working their tails off. I know they are. I talk to them often. And yeah, I talk to them often about any way I can help. Any details I can remember, we try to go over. And it's just heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking.
Kevin, can I ask, in some of the history that we've been reading through and trying to piece together this mystery, you called the police in July of 2019 because you'd seen Harmony with a black eye. And then it's my understanding, was it you that called the police in October, just a couple months later? And if that was you, what was the circumstance that led to that call?
Correct. So that call it was my mother's house, and we wanted to go there and get some things that my mother wanted to retrieve and to check on the kids. And when we got there, we had to get a police escort when we got there to go in and get some of the things.
Can you tell me why and what it was that was so concerning that you would need a police escort to enter the home?
There was just conflict there. We had a falling out for whatever transpired previous to that. And so just the safest way for no issues was to just get someone there that can mediate the situation.
So in that visit with the police escort, did you see Harmony and did you see what condition she was in?
I did. She looked timid, but that's all I could say on that. I only got a brief look at her.
And was that the last time any other family member that you know of saw her?
At least my immediate family. I'm not sure about his other side of the family, I'm not sure. My immediate family, on my side of the family, yes.
Did Harmony say anything to you on that last visit when you last saw her 2 years ago that might have been an indication that things were really bad in that home?
No, she didn't say nothing.
Was she allowed to talk to you?
I'm not sure. I didn't see anything to be said for her not to talk to me. I'm not sure.
And Kevin, what was the condition of the home? What did it look like when you went in there? This is the home where, this little child was last living at 5 years old.
It just, it wasn't well at all. It just wasn't well.
Can you be more specific?
Ready to be an e-commerce pioneer? Bluehost has step-by-step WordPress onboarding to make create.
Yeah, I would rather not comment.
I know this is difficult for you. I know these questions are tough. I think everyone who's watching just wants to get as much information as possible to piece together this mystery and hopefully lead to finding your niece and solving this awful mystery. There are more children, 3 other children by Kayla and Adam. Those would be half siblings of Harmony. Do you know where they are staying tonight? Because both Adam and Kayla are now in jail. To our knowledge, are not able to make bond. Adam obviously facing these related charges, not to her being missing, but to child abuse and neglect. And Kayla now facing charges for fraud, for still collecting the food stamps for the last 2 years, even though Harmony's been nowhere to be seen. Where are their 3 other children tonight?
So from what I believe, only from a news interview from the mother, Kayla's mother has them.
Kayla's mother. So is that a safe environment? Do you know anything about her?
No, I don't ever remember meeting her mother, but it could have been once, but I'm not sure.
Did you have any concerns about Kayla? I know you had your concerns about Adam. You called the police, but did you have any concerns about Kayla?
Kayla and what? Did I have any concerns about Kayla with what?
And how she treated Harmony and what Harmony's circumstance was living with her?
I just don't want to.
I know it's difficult, but it's important information.
It is.
You know, when people are trying to figure out where to look, where to think, what clues might have been going on before she disappeared.
I understand that, but that's my purpose. That's my purpose, is to raise awareness on how to find her, who might have seen her, and that question has nothing to do with where Harmony may or may not be today.
Can I ask you this difficult question, Kevin? And I think it's imperative because the way you're speaking, it sounds like you believe that Harmony is still alive. I think everybody wants to know if, you know, people who knew Adam or people who know Adam, and certainly that's your nephew, if you think he may have killed her.
I would not answer that. I'm holding out hope that we find and bring Harmony home safe.
What's in your gut?
My gut tells me there's always hope until you tell me there's no hope left to have.
I know this has been a tough night for you, all things considered, the weather as well. But Kevin Montgomery, thank you so much. I know you're raising money for the reward money for your GoFundMe. Let's hope that we can find your little grandniece. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Click the red subscribe button below so you can get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. Appeared.
I understand that, but that's my purpose. That's my purpose, is to raise awareness on how to find her, who might have seen her, and that question has nothing to do with where Harmony may or may not be today.
Can I ask you this difficult question, Kevin? And I think it's imperative because the way you're speaking, it sounds like you believe that Harmony is still alive. I think everybody wants to know if, people who knew Adam or people who know Adam, and certainly that's your nephew, if you think he may have killed her.
I would not answer that. I'm holding out hope that we find and bring Harmony home safe.
What's in your gut?
My gut tells me there's always hope until you tell me there's no hope left to have.
I know this has been a tough night for you, all things considered, the weather as well. But Kevin Montgomery, thank you so much. I know you're raising money for the reward money for your GoFundMe. Let's hope that we can find your little grandniece. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Click the red subscribe button below so you can get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
To New York City, the good.
But in the meantime, we want to talk about Harmony's beautiful life and what perhaps could have happened to her if her biological father hadn't asserted his parental rights and kept her when he was clearly unfit to parent a child. I want to welcome in a very special guest. He is the adoptive father for Harmony Montgomery's biological brother, Jameson. I want to welcome in my friend, Blair Miller. Blair, you are a personal friend of mine, and you are also a colleague. I want our Cordies to know you've worked in journalism for a long, long time. You've worked at the local level, at the national level. You're working for Boston 25 News. Now you're also a writer. You write for the Washingtonian in D.C. This has to be so hard as being dad and also being someone who works in the media, who's a public figure. First question to you, please. How are you and your family doing this morning?
And Julie, thanks for having me on. Thanks for your friendship and thanks for all that you all do on this story, because it is important to talk about. I've read through many affidavits in my lifetime. We knew this was coming. We knew the details of this. But when you read through all that, it's, as you said, it's sickening. It's disturbing, beyond disturbing, to read the details of what was happening in this little girl's reality, knowing that it didn't have to happen. And I think that's truly the hardest part of all this. My husband and I started reading some of this yesterday. We'd take breaks, we'd cry, we'd hear from friends, and then we'd read again. And it's just really hard to imagine any of it, but really to imagine the life that Harmony Montgomery was living, and how she was put in that situation. that didn't have to happen. And that's the hardest part.
Right, Blair. And I want to go into more of that, if I may, please. I told our courties on the show who are so interested in this case and their hearts break for Harmony. And I know as they're getting to know you more and more, I'm sure they'll be reaching out to you and be following you in everything you've been putting out about this case for Jameson and your other boys. What really saddens me, and I mentioned this on the show, and I would love for you to speak to it if you would, please, is that you and your wonderful husband, Jonathan, were willing to adopt Harmony too at the time that you adopted Jameson, but Adam Montgomery had asserted his parental rights with Harmony. Am I correct on that, Blair?
Sure. Yeah. And so Jameson is our third son. You know, our older two we adopted, and then we wanted to adopt again, or it found us. And we were matched with Jameson. And the day we were matched with him, we were instantly told he has a sister. He's been in foster care with this sister. She took care of him. And we said, tell us more about her. And we learned her name, Harmony. And we learned about her background. And we said instantly, what do we need to do? Because if Jameson has a close relationship with her, we want to have a close relationship with her as well, and told social services in Massachusetts instantly we'd be open to adopting her as well if that's what needed to happen. And we were quickly told, well, that's a different situation, and she's been reunited with her biological father. And we continue to say, please leave that door open, because it's important to Jameson. And even now he talks about her and talks about how much she has meant to him. And we wish we could have tried harder. We wish we could have done more. We wish that door was still open at the time. And we continue to ask, you know, how is Harmony doing? And how can we still have a relationship with her? How can Jameson have a relationship with her? And we never got anywhere on that.
Blair, you and your husband are the most wonderful people. People like you are truly angels on earth, adopting 3 boys, giving them the most wonderful life they could ever have. And the fact that you were willing to adopt Harmony too, that she was loved, even though you really didn't even know her yet, you loved her and you wanted to bring her in. And I have to tell you, my friend, all I kept thinking about yesterday, reading that affidavit, was that you and Jonathan saved Jameson's life. All I kept thinking about was if his dad would have asserted his parental rights with Jameson too, I can't imagine what kind of danger he would have been in. I would think it would have been the same danger that Harmony was in.
We think about that a lot. We think about the life Harmony could have. We think about the life Jameson and Harmony could have together. We worry deeply about how this is going to impact Jameson. Our motivation all along has been, this isn't about us. This is about how is Jameson going to judge this when he is 15, 20, 25, 30, et cetera. And I'm starting to struggle with, I always thought we could navigate that pretty well. But when you read stuff like what we read yesterday, knowing the details of it, knowing what's going to come out in court, you start to, as a father, I start to question the peace that Jameson will ever have with this when he's old enough to really, truly understand it. You know, going through that affidavit yesterday, I told you this yesterday, there was a date that stuck out to us, and that was December 7th of 2019. And in the court paperwork, they talk about how that was the day they believed that Harmony died. And we were going back through our own calendar, and that was the first birthday we celebrated with Jameson after we had officially adopted him. And we can't help but struggle to think about how we were here celebrating him, celebrating his life, celebrating him being a Miller, while his sister was experiencing a whole different world and reality. And that is really a tough thing to try to understand. You can't understand it.
No, because it is so sickening and evil. What happened to this beautiful little girl who was loved by your family, who was wanted by your family, and to think that she was living in a car perhaps didn't even have enough food to eat. When I was reading the affidavit, a neighbor was kind enough to give them some Thanksgiving leftovers, didn't have a bathroom to use. It's just heartbreaking, as you know, Blair. And I want to highlight some of the incredible things that you and Jonathan and your three boys do to remember Harmony. And just the other day, I believe it was on June the 7th, if I'm correct, Harmony's birthday, you have a tradition, right? I want you to tell our viewers about that. We have one of your tweets where you put some pictures up and you talked about what little Jameson says about how all rivers and oceans lead to heaven.
Jameson is a really special little boy, and he's 6 years old, and he is wise beyond his years. And he is also very matter of fact about his relationship with Harmony. He knows she has passed. He knows she's in heaven. And my husband, Jonathan, and Jameson talk a lot about this and talk a lot about, how to remember her. And we'll constantly be in the store and say, hey, Jameson, what would Harmony's favorite toy be? What would her favorite color be? And we try to include that part of this conversation. But for her birthday each year, we celebrate it. And this past birthday, we went to the Potomac here in DC, and we had gotten 9 purple flowers, her favorite color. And that's a picture of our 3 boys. And we took them over there and had a moment. And Jameson said he wanted to put them in the river because all rivers lead to heaven. And for a 6-year-old boy to be able to communicate that, it just hits you in the gut. And again, this is about trying to create some bit of normalcy for Jameson, so that one day he knows that he did all he could, and we did all we could.
Certainly. And you are, Blair, I applaud you for being so courageous to be sharing things so personal publicly, to try to have everyone remember what a precious little angel she was. You tweeted something out to that effect about you want people to not remember the bad or what happened, but remember that this was a beautiful little child who was loved.
Well, we've always been very outspoken about adoption, and we've always tried to be really advocates for adoption. You talk about the good things we're doing. These boys are doing good things for us, and I don't want that to be lost on us, lost on them, because they've saved us, and they have made us better people by adopting. We haven't made them better. And we've just tried to be very public about this at first because we wanted to find Harmony. We still want to find Harmony. And now it's turned into, what are we doing to make sure this doesn't happen again? And we have to look at through the lens of Jameson, of how he will judge us and society for how everyone treated his sister. And so it's so important to us that we focus on the good. There's a lot of evil in this world right now. There's a lot of evil in this case. And for us, it's just trying to focus on the good and focus on the positivity, this sweet little girl, that when we look at her picture, that we see love and we see a sweet little angel, that we don't see evil.
Oh, Blair, so beautifully said. I can't say enough. You and Jonathan are remarkable people, raising 3 remarkable little boys. I think Jameson is going to grow up to do very big things, and maybe largely in honor of his sister. Thank you for sharing all of this personal information with us. And I know our Cordies are going to want to give you some love. And please follow Blair at Blair Miller TV. I believe that's your handle across the board, right, Blair?
Yeah, and thank you to you and Court TV for all that you are doing to bring awareness to this, because it is needed. So many people have been so supportive, and yesterday I broke down when I was reading the comments from people that they said about that stuff. And that stuff matters, and it helps, and it'll be important for us to all kind of digest later as well. So thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, of course. No thanks is necessary. We give you our love and our prayers. Blair Miller, thank you so much for all of this morning.
My entire skincare routine is from Sephora at Kohl's. They have the best selection, plus you earn Beauty Insider points and Kohl's rewards.
Hello, my good peoples. How are you? So they should be back soon. Let me looky here. How is everybody on this day right here? Hi, Grandma. Love you, Grandma. Here we go. Let's go here. This is how I feel about today. Right here. That right there. Happy Single Awareness Day, guys. Yes. Oh, no, I haven't. I'll look right now. Oh my gosh. I missed a lot. Yeah, that'd be stressful, man. Hey, Grandma, remember that video of that girl that took advantage of me? Her and a couple others. But I need to have proof. You know what I mean? It's very sad, made me very sad though. I don't speak her name. Because what she did to me was hurtful. Very hurtful. I don't go around doing that kind of shit. Normal people don't. Okay, I'm going to shut up. All right, here. They should be back any minute. Nala was being sassy. Okay. Also tonight, hold on. Oh boy. Okay. This is going to be tonight's live. I'm super excited about this one. Also, here is my TikTok. TikTok is where it's at, people. TikTok. Haven't been live there yet, but I will be. I just got to figure out how to do it. Okay. I'm looking for something.
Did you kick me out, honey?
What?
Oh, for some reason I was muted.
What's up, Grandma?
I'm sitting here talking to you.
You
Can
were?
you hear me? Yeah.
No, now I can.
Yeah, I must have hit the mute thing on my keyboard on accident when I was trying to turn the sound up.
I'm trying to take that off my screen. There we go.
Okay.
I'm really excited for tonight's live. If people don't know the Treehouse murders, it's a very interesting case. And then a little bit about Gypsy and Nick. Not a lot, but
That's
something.
all right.
Yep.
It'll be at 7 p.m. Central or 8 p.m. Eastern this evening.
Right on.
Channel.
Right on. Miss Barbara says, "Oh, I was reading yours. You kicked me out." I'm like, I didn't kick out nobody.
I said, "Did you kick me out?" I was talking to you and nothing's happening. I'm like, what's going on? I look like I'm in there, but no one's talking.
Really?
No, that's okay. I fixed it. It was my problem.
Okay.
It was me. I sorry. I bad.
Okay.
I just want to know the good news for Miss Barbara so bad.
She can't even tell me.
I know. I figured.
I can be there for her emotionally. You know what I mean? Always.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I was asking earlier.
Yep.
You know,
Well, I'll always be there for you.
Oh, I'm so happy. Whatever it was, she heard something. And that's, it's been a long wait for her to hear anything. So I'm so happy for her.
Well, I've been saying this since December that this is a year.
This is the year. I remember.
Yep.
I remember, and I'm so happy.
And I feel it.
Those prayers and everything, they get heard. Sometimes it's not always in our time, but
I can't wait for me to go to Missouri to Miss Barbara, and I'm going to go to every scene out there where these people's bodies were found, the suicides, all of it. I want to see it all.
Kid, I was wondering about with the Harmony case, did you know the background of Adam Montgomery and the question about whether he unalived another man?
Yes. Yep. I did a video on it.
I might have missed that. It might have been one I couldn't be at or something. But yeah, that's disturbing. I was reading about it during the break.
Yes, ma'am. I have it. Hold on. Let's see here.
Is your local TV that was airing this
no.
This case, is it not doing it today?
No, they're not. I couldn't find it. Ain't that weird? They were yesterday.
I hope you don't get a strike.
Boston 10.
Yeah, I don't want you to get in trouble.
I'll be all right. Everybody else does.
I guess. They might make you take it down after the fact.
I don't care. I'm not going to worry about it, though.
No. It's more important that we get this stuff out. It really is. Oh, hey. Courtroom.
Well, what'd you say? You're cutting out.
The courtroom.
Here we go.
Yep, there we go.
Hopefully they're whatchamacallit? Mics are working. The one guy, the prosecutor's always what?
I can hear their audio.
No.
It's really low.
The district attorney, he should know better by now. He still walks around.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of reminds me of Tucker.
It's so stupid though, because they could have a handheld microphone for whoever is walking around doing things.
Right. just like Tucker. he acted like, you know, he was an actor. Oh, Tucker. I know I did a video on this because I've been shocked. I was in shock when I found all these charges.
Yes, let's see who's in there.
I don't want to see nobody.
Just would be curious.
If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher. And then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms. Ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item. And then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes for that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at the Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell. That'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in Criminal Justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence, as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF, and kind of always maintaining a constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large-scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Ms. Radwich, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab. the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required 2 people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab?
Yes.
Here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes. So shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June, and then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill?
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
Yep. So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off that item of MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
I just thought I'd show the picture of what they were talking about. That is the room that they're in at the shelter.
Translation services that are available to us today.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to please step up as well.
Thank you, Rob.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
Free Tax USA to the rescue.
Meet Bob. Bob just got his tax forms.
It's that time of the year again.
And sir,
The interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete
to
se-
interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
A la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Si por favor se podría poner de pie.
and if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, ahora nos están grabando,
would you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would
Y
you
su
spell your last name,
Lujano,
please?
L-U-J-A-N-O.
Lugano, L-U-J-A-N-O.
And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years. Okay.
23 años, okay.
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
Here to show you what's marked States Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sheetrocking frame.
Sheetrocking, framing.
Do
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery? No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery? No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock, ¿y usted ha regresado a esa dirección? No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I had no question.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
You are excused, sir.
Usted está excusado. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Yes, thank you.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state calls criminalist Kevin McMahon to the stand.
Just be careful of the wires, please, sir.
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long did you work for them?
For over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the forensic biology unit.
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
Okay. And what does that mean to be a criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a criminalist 1 would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the forensic biology unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which in modern times immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtained your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
Okay. And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case, blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, excuse me, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names or, excuse me, the numbers that have been assigned to those items? Or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report, so you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark colored substrates like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And finally, at one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
With regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like a wheeled suitcase would.
Yes.
Mr. McMahon, I'm going to put down in front of you State's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
Yes, I do.
What do you recommend that item to be?
That is exhibit JD 47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested.
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us generally, where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas,
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas. One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that had been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle-Mayer test, Kastle-Meyer, Castle-Mayer.
What advantage, if any, does the Castle-Mayer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle-Mayer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Castle-Mayer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So with regards to the Castle-Mayer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle-Mayer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Kastle-Mayer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Kastle-Mayer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing reagent, the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form, if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
Okay. And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for bloodstains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Kastle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be down the road, like today, to know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing. Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits, on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the back side of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas and everything I tested in that particular exhibit was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took of the parts that you were able to cut out and make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the 4 that I had available to me, I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER 3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the 4 stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination, there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of two, either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the two that you thought that you might have located blood, now let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater. If you could
Yes.
refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, the two items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP 216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP 216, so that's the first two initials there are JP. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of, whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater, okay. And was there, you said there was one other item. Could you please
Right.
tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP 251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said, those initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether that came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends.
Okay.
And nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA,
That's correct.
and that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor. Yes. A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small. And the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested?
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a section of black carpet, a child's t-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items and they were all negative for blood?
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right. That's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step after you question, perhaps there's something there, you do that castle
Mayor,
testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's t-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
that's correct.
And you found several.
Yes,
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay, I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking about.
Sorry, JMT5?
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's t-shirt, and because the sleeves of the t-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area.
That's correct.
And
Well, I'm not sure where it was
the
collected
location.
from.
Okay, sorry. JMT6, that one you didn't have to go to the Castle-Meyer testing, right?
I did not.
Because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, these pajama pants were dark gray in color. And so after examining them under normal room lighting, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source, and I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
If one is available.
So then you did several items that had the initials at the beginning JP.
Yes.
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castle-Meyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood. Some you had to do additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs. I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22? And then
Yep, there's 2 items
4/20
there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? Oh, the next one's 1/26/22?
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
7 items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 13.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And speaking of the hairs, you found 1 specimen, and it's a JP hair, 1 specimen suitable for DNA analysis, and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then with respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to the DNA.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them,
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
no. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
A length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those 2 on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, 1 moment, Your Honor, please. Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, sealing, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor, I could just from the table. Mr. McMahon, just on that last line of question you were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection. I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you for that. Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5, the T-shirt, and I believe you described how, cross-examination, that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier, and that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation the fact that that T-shirt was sized for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size. And again, I'm referring to my notes. I described exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long sleeve t-shirt. And furthermore, it's a children's long sleeve t-shirt with a turquoise colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18M.
You were asked about the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA. And I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. That small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the line?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposits of saliva, and that saliva would contain cellular material from the gums or from the cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly, the turquoise child's long sleeve t-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay. So toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, # or hashtag, if you will, FAMJAMS, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes.
May be excused?
You may.
But sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent research. I'm going to ask the witness if you would just to stay there for just a moment so I can let the jurors go. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, I wanted to rip my hair out. That's too much.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Counsel, first for just a minute.
Are you bald? I mean, look at all the wasted, in my opinion, state's witnesses. Here, did that one guy, what is he on the stand? 5 minutes? And tell his name and where he worked and answer a question, and it was yes. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, he was boring.
can you hear me? No, you can.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hold on.
Cool.
Charges falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse?
Yes. The surprise announcement came after the lunch break. 17 jurors had just been sworn in and given instructions from the judge, including explaining Adams' notable absence from the courtroom.
He is not here today. He has the right to be present, but he also has the right to be absent. You're not to speculate on why he is not here today, and you are not to in any way draw any negative or adverse inference or hold it against the defendant that he is not here today.
The jury was just coming back.
I can. I can.
I do. I won't.
He's a coward. I don't know what goes on in that state. Every state is different, I guess.
He said he said he didn't want to get strip searched to come into court every day.
Who really cares?
Huh. Well,
who cares?
I could say something right now, but I'll just be a good girl.
No, I hold on. I think someone's here. Okay, never mind. What was I saying? I don't know. I think it's disgusting. He's a coward.
Well,
that's
my opinion.
Every fucking day.
You would think that he would want to be there to prove his innocence. He was in such
to confirm his
a
intention
hurry to do
to
that.
proceed to 2 charges.
And that by agreeing to allow them to acknowledge this in opening statements, the jurors can find you guilty of those 2 offenses, relying on that information. Do you understand that?
Yes. The abuse of corpse allegations are some of the most graphic descriptions in the affidavit of how Adam allegedly moved Harmony's body to various locations around the city and then tried to condense her remains using lime and brute force. Again,
hate
opening
him.
statements tomorrow, 9 a.m. No word on if Adam Montgomery will be in the courtroom.
Of course not.
He will be asked an hour before departure time each day if he plans to attend his own murder trial. We're live in Manchester. Amy Cavino, WMUR News 9.
Now, one legal analyst says Adam Montgomery's decision to acknowledge some of the charges against him shows that he may try to blame someone else for his daughter's death. She says the likely choice is Montgomery's estranged wife, Kayla, who is also a star witness for the prosecution.
I would guess that he will point the finger at Kayla Montgomery and say she was the one who did it, and just basically use the logistics of, he is alleged to have hit her while driving, right? So how could he do that? Whereas he will most likely, again, I would anticipate he would have to testify that it was Kayla who struck her and she was distraught, and he had to handle the body.
LaFrance also says that strategy could require Montgomery to testify himself. And she says acknowledging abuse of a corpse may also be a sign that he knows where Harmony Montgomery's body is. And while that development was playing out in court, jurors were retracing the Montgomery family's steps on the day prosecutors allege that Harmony was killed. WMUR's Tim Callery is live now with a closer look at the key locations in this case.
And Jen, prosecutors describing today's jury view as the final journey of Harmony Montgomery, pointing out those key locations in their case against the little girl's father. The first stop of the jury view was a methadone clinic located at 20 Market Street. Prosecutors say this is where Adam and Kayla Montgomery took their children back in December of 2019. It's here where prosecutors say Adam began his assault on his daughter, Harmony. The jury then traced the family steps to the Burger King on Daniel Webster Highway. Prosecutors say the Montgomerys went there after the clinic, and the state alleges that Adam continued to hit Harmony along the way. From there, it was the Colonial Village Apartments on West River Road. This is where the state says the Montgomery family lived out of their car after they were evicted from their Guilford Street home. Prosecutors allege that it was here where Adam Montgomery used drugs while Harmony was dying in the back seat of the car. The last stop was the site of the former Portland Pie Company. It's where Adam used to work and where the state alleges that he stored his daughter's remains in a walk-in freezer. And now the jury also stopped at the intersections of Webster and Elm Street here in Manchester. That is where prosecutors say Adam Montgomery first realized that Harmony was dead after the family's car broke down. They accuse him of putting the little girl's body in a duffel bag and then calling for a tow truck. Reporting live in Manchester, I'm Tim Callery, WMUR News 9.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so, you need StreamYard on air. Hey, it's Dana from...
All right, how about that? See what else we can find out about Adam. Am I muted? Oh, okay, I'm not.
You're
Hello,
not muted. I
everybody
hear you.
watching. Hello, all four of you watching.
I have two in this one. It shows two people. Me and Mark, I think.
No, look at my screen in StreamYard. StreamYard is the exact count, and it tells you because I'm streaming on 3 different sites, so it's a combination on StreamYard. But if you're watching from like YouTube or Facebook, the number counting can be right.
Right. I have you on YouTube on my phone, but for anybody else that's in the StreamYard like me, I can't see the count. Only you can.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. It's right up here. Right
Yes,
on
ma'am.
top.
That's only for you because you're special.
Oh, I didn't know that. And it tells you who gave me a smiley face, who gave me a heart and a like.
Oh.
That's right. People don't know I see that shit.
Then you know I gave you a like today.
Let me see here. Why can't I find that? I'm trying to find the clip, and okay, It's on my channel somewhere where the judge yells at her and says he will use all force for her to be in that courtroom. He would tie her down, strap her down in a wheelchair with 4 armed guards. That's what happened.
Who, Kayla?
Letitia.
Oh, Letitia.
Yeah,
You
because
didn't say.
I'm sick and tired of hearing this. That's his right. That's his right. Well, maybe in that state,
That's it.
it has nothing to do with strip sir. Because he's a pussy.
Well, he better get used to that kind of treatment is all I've got to say.
Oh yeah.
If he is found guilty of this, they will pass him around like a joint.
Oh, we'll have a good time. Yep.
Yeah, woohoo!
They will change his name to Amanda. I don't know.
I'm telling you, what a creep! What a creep!
Yeah. When are they coming back? 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock?
Did they say 15 or did they say 20?
Oh Christ, I don't remember. That guy was so boring. I thought I was going to fall asleep.
Well, you know, kind of what I was saying about people who do that kind of job. They kind of have that Undertaker kind of personality. Like, oh my gosh, just be quiet now.
I
You
know,
are
right?
so boring. Oh my gosh, don't know how to talk to real people.
Did you hear what he said to the defense about the count?
Yes, he got snarky with her, and I thought it was great.
I know. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well, because he had said excluding the hairs. And she gave him a number, and he's like, no, that's not correct. I get this number. Because
Right.
she wasn't paying attention to what he said.
Yep.
God, I'm putting makeup on. I don't like wearing makeup.
Oh,
I don't like it.
you're what?
Putting makeup on.
Oh, you are. When you leaving?
I have to. Oh God, just a moment. Drama's happening. I have to pick up my mom. I have to leave here in an hour.
Do you?
Little over an hour, yeah. And pick her up and leave her house by 4:15 my time.
Where are you going?
We're going to go to Mexican food because my mom texted me and said, Dad wants to take us out for dinner wherever we want. And I said, where do we want to go, Mom? And she said either Mexican or the barbecue place. And I said, well, Mexican then.
Mexican, yeah.
Yeah, Mexican for reals. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
There is so much stupid people YouTube drama going on. I'm getting texts and stuff, and I'm like, shut up. Leave me alone. I'm busy.
That's stupid. I mean, are these people
Just
adults?
No. Just, they pretend to be. They pretend to be adults, but, they're talking crap about me because I'm not modding for them anymore because, oh, apparently she's picking on me. I'm getting aggravated with that because I haven't talked to her since October.
October?
Yeah, October. I haven't talked to her since October. And she's talking about me because I left and she wants to, throw shade on me as to why I left. And I was sick of her freaking drama is why I left. She's mad because she said I told somebody something. She told me in confidence And I said, no, you were talking smack about somebody you knew I cared about. You know? And I didn't like that. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. So I did the right thing. And I said, hey, look, somebody's talking crap about you. Now she's off talking crap about me. And I'm like, whatever. You don't matter in my life.
Right.
You don't matter in my life. I don't care what your problem is. You can say anything you want because I know the truth. I know which one of the two of us is mentally freaking unstable, and it ain't me. I'm so chill, and I try to be so nice to people. It just irritates me when people do stupid crap. And it always comes out in the end that they're losing their mind, you know? So whatever. Talk shit about me if you want, I guess. People who really care about me and know me aren't going to listen to her anyway. Because she's crazy. She crazy.
Oh, God. Ouch. Ow, 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 ow. Oh,
You wear makeup?
so boring. Rarely.
Yeah, I don't really wear makeup.
I rarely do. I was the type of girl back in the day. I would not leave my house without my hair done and
Oh my
makeup.
God, me too.
It was so stupid.
I spent
think
2
about it.
hours doing makeup.
Just to
you
run
know,
to
the
the,
hair.
like, the corner store. I mean,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I wouldn't go into 7-Eleven. No way. Mm-mm. And like now, like the only thing I really do is I'll put on some eyeliner and mascara, maybe a little lipstick, and then I'm done. And I'm like, yeah, well.
I put on makeup when I do L'Oreal.
Yeah, or Justin.
Or VHB.
You dress up to be one of them fools.
I know, right?
That's funny. Yeah, I'm not big on all that crap anymore. I used to be when I was young. But you
Well,
get to a
look
point
how-
where it's not very practical.
Well, look how expensive it is now.
Well, I have makeup. I just don't like it
It's
on
so
my
expensive.
skin.
No, I'm saying this day and age, makeup is so expensive.
Not buy really expensive makeup.
To me, this girl is poor over here.
So am I.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Okay, well, they're talking in there.
Carry on, people. Carry on as you were.
As you were.
Mr. Orlowitz, to remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Mr. Orlowitz, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Martin Orlowitz, MartinOrlowicz.
And Mr. Orlowitz, how are you presently employed?
I work for the state of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current position with the forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with the forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did for the state of Alaska was
accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state? So all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis.
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab, or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program. So it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police training program for friction ridge detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that at least you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board. And then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review, and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many?
When it's time for a new roof, windows, siding, or anything home exterior, call the home exterior experts, Twin City Roofing. They've been the local, trusted experts for over 40 years. Call Twin City Roofing today or
Fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
Mr. Orlowitz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint, palm print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish some slides.
May we approach?
Yes.
He's so cute.
No.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Orlow, just to clarify, the demonstrative photos that you reviewed prior to testifying today, nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-ridged skin.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint or friction-ridged skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridged skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridged skin that you are born with is unique to you. So any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction-ridged skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridged skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
These two images, the image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction-ridged skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction-ridged skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction-ridged skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction-ridged skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction-ridged skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction-ridged skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction-ridged skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction-ridged detail can be left behind if some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction-ridged detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction-ridged detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources, there's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail, but the microscopic detail, level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path formation or deviation. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
And so I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into two ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
And can you just identification process in terms of level 2 detail? What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is this photo is showing specifically those three features that I just mentioned: bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots. It's pointing them out in the greater ridge flow in the larger image, and then zooming in to show you the exact feature in the smaller images.
Let's discuss level 3 detail.
Level 3 detail, this is the most microscopic level of detail that I use during my comparisons. This level of detail goes from looking at a single ridge to looking at the exact characteristics and attributes of that one ridge. So where the pores are present on top of the ridges, what the edges, the edge shape of the ridges look like. This level of detail is not commonly recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when you're during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence, or?
Correct. Yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on evidence that I'm processing, I can't say whether or not that item was touched or had ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well as if that latent print remains on the surface. And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint or friction ridge is not observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as environmental factors. So latent print residue is a combination of waters, fats, amino acids. Over time, those things degrade, they evaporate. So there's a potential that the print could itself just disappear.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery. Did you conduct analysis in this matter?
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5 items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
And I want to begin with an item with the evidence number JD47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
Do you think you'd recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike State's Exhibit 29 for identification.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so if you can just point to, let's talk about this. Did the item arrive in your laboratory that way, appearing as it does in this image?
To my recollection, yes, it did.
And are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone analysis?
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe, I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before analysis, but I believe it might have been.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Having seen this item, does that refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the bottom, from the baggage. The igloo cooler that you mentioned examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside, from when I analyzed it at the laboratory. My initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
So this is a true and correct. This is the item that you.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID of State's Exhibit 73.
Any objection?
Objection.
The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Orlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction ridge detail on that exhibit.
No friction ridge detail?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 109 through 135. And I'm just going to ask that you review each of those items in turn and just look up when you've had an opportunity to review all of them. Do you recognize those items, State's Exhibit 109 through 135?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Are those true and correct photographs of the images or the items that are depicted?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the State moves to publish. So strike ID for State's Exhibit. What's marked for identification is items 109 through 135.
No objection.
Right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as a full exhibit.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling. It's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number. So L1 and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2 and L3. Closer version.
Yes.
And those are the stickers that you mentioned?
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6, with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one? What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
Can you just point so the jurors are able to see?
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it. So the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in the photograph just each of the areas that you designated? Items?
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Let's focus on L7 through L10.
This is a closer view of those same four areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them. So they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example. So 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing States Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found, beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first, and so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again, the friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay, and what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions. So I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable. So I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge, or at a bifurcation, or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color. And I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that for the record is referring to States Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line at the top, what does that indicate?
The in my field, we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting 2 things. One, that I've determined that that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay, and I believe you were going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to States Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the feature, I'm in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the 2 have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, at some point during your involvement on this matter, did you receive known prints for Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 and or L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just
don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This
L8?
is L8.
So I'm showing what's been published or admitted and published as States Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the evidence in order to better visualize friction ridge detail that's been developed on that item.
And now this is States Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry. My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E, I determined to be not identifiable and would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison. So I determined that L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER 3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels of detail were present?
I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is States Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous impression.
if 2 fingers come down at the same time, in this case, at a higher angle of contact, both impressions will be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9 friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, and then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found. So I'll draw your attention to L10. Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10, I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand. and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable, that image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes,
That's
I did.
part of your analysis?
Yes, the analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to States Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowitz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification to Adam Montgomery.
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
The left middle.
I'm showing you what's been published as States Exhibit 125. What does this image show us?
This is L10B, again, a comparison chart of the latent on the left, the known on the right, showing my identification conclusion.
Who did you compare L10B to?
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to turn to States Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. Turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at States Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical processing. This latent itself went through a process, well, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumiscyanofuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item. And it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lumicyano also combines a fluorescent dye. So it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to States Exhibit 128. What does States Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to States Exhibit 129. What does States Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is my comparison chart of L11. L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Orlowitz?
I reached an identification conclusion for this.
And who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
The left palm.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is State's Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
You turn into State's Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way, actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is State's Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process State's Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER 3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the Lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with the super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-ridged skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vents, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having the positive prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Liano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Garrett Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
When you're ready, Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3.
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing before you started your analysis of the cooler? Did somebody come in and do something in front of you?
Kevin McMahon, who was a serologist at the laboratory at the time, performed a serology examination on the cooler.
Okay. And this cooler, right now it's pretty dirty, right?
Yes.
And it's dirty because of the tools that you use to look for ridge detail, right?
Yes, I believe that's a portion of the residue that's left on that is from my processing.
Okay. So the reason that you would want somebody like Kevin McMahon to come in and do serology is that you might actually be changing the condition of the cooler.
Yes, there's the potential that any processing I do could dilute or remove biological evidence that's present on an exhibit. So in the laboratory in general, and specifically for this case, serology would be conducted prior to latent print processing.
And the reason, well, and again, you do this so that if there's evidence on this cooler, it can be found, whether
Yes.
serology or fingerprint.
Yes.
The other is that you talked about different surfaces being good for fingerprints.
Yes.
Is this cooler? And I can bring it to you. I can put a glove on and bring it to you if you'd like.
That's okay.
Okay. Is this cooler good for that sort of finding rich detail and stuff?
The exterior of the cooler is textured, which is not the best type of substrate or surface to retain fingerprint detail. Like I said before, smooth surfaces are usually what's best.
Okay. So I can go and I can touch this cooler at the top and you may not be able to find my ridge detail.
That's correct.
Okay. How about the handle? So same thing? It's metalish.
There may be a potential to find friction ridge detail on something like that handle. It's smooth, but it being a handle gets handled a lot, which could potentially wipe off any friction ridge detail that was deposited prior.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. An object that is touched a lot might remove, smear, or change any ridge detail below it, right?
Yes, it may remove it completely.
And so you get an accumulation at some point and you may not even be able to identify the last person touching.
That's correct.
The metal ceiling vent and the drywall, did that go through a similar serology analysis before your fingerprint analysis?
Yes, they did.
And that was separate. It wasn't actually in your portion of the lab, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. And there's another item that you tested. Do you recall?
There was a small pink child's cup. I believe the agency item number was BEO 25.
Okay. And nothing there?
No friction ridge detail was documented or developed on that.
Okay. And was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Orlowitz, I just want to follow up on that last point. How would you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed?
I did not observe that.
With respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned, how would you see those wipe marks in a highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned or the cooler there?
It would be very difficult to see if any wipe marks were present on a textured surface.
Thank you. No additional questions.
But it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't watch any social media, read any newspapers, look at any online coverage of this case. Avert your eyes. So we'll begin again tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Don't do any independent research. Thank you so much for your significant attention today. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
Give me kisses. Okay, I gave Nala some kisses. I hope this is done. Is this over now? Stay here, Nala.
All right, everybody. We'll see you in the morning. I don't know if we have somebody who's incarcerated who's coming. You're going to let me know before I say your next witness.
Yes, of course, you're
Okay.
I think there's just the one individual to transport for tomorrow. I don't know yet the order of the day. We have 2 other witnesses planned for today. We need to go back and figure out that order.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure that that person gets on and off tomorrow. So
Okay. Oh, you can all be seated. Just one last observation. It seems that there are some things that are being marked that either you may have had marked subsequent to the original marking for identification that hadn't been shown to the defense. Maybe I'm misreading that. I just seeing you bringing things over that are, new to the list. I just want to make sure. Are you seeing other than that fingerprint issue? Are you seeing everything in advance?
I think that there were some things that were marked this morning that we hadn't realized.
So I just want to say, if you know you're going to be using something and you're having our court monitor mark it, make sure that they see it. Okay, I think that's important. Just then we're not they're not seeing it for the first time when it's being introduced. Okay, anything else? No. Very good. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. This is awesome. Okay, everybody. Thank God this day is over with. Listening to this trial. 7 o'clock tonight, Central Time. We're going to talk about Treehouse Murder and Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Oh, yeah. See ya. Bye.